Recording in progress.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. And with that, I'd like to please have all of us rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, would you inform us about how TV coverage works?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Montecito Planning Commission's hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSP-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Samaria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSP-TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to roll call?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Pliche? Here. Commissioner Senauer? Here. Chair Miller?
Present.
And for the record, Commissioners Kupiec and Stahl will be absent today.
And with that, could we go to the agenda status report?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in regards to the status of the agenda, we have two items on the standard agenda. We have the appeal of SoCal Gas utility pole at Jameson Lane, and then we have outdoor lighting and sign ordinance amendments. And staff and applicants and appellants are prepared to present on those items today. Just as a way of note on the agenda, we do have a notice of a waived public hearing. As indicated before, there is no action of the commission on that item. So just wanted to note that it is on there for noticing purposes only. So that concludes the agenda, and I can move to the projection report.
Great.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm moving to the projection report. Sorry, I think I
Yes,
missed
that would be great.
Our next regularly scheduled hearing is on September 18th. As of right now, there's only one item projected for that, which is coastal zoning ordinance amendments in regard to housing regulations. And then following that, our next regularly scheduled hearing is on October 16th. There's currently two items on that, a driveway repair and a report on the debris nets. However, staff is working internally, so the projection report could change in the next week or so as far as items being projected for that. And then moving down, the projection report, November 20th, we have the Montecito YMCA master plan projected. Just before we conclude the projection report, there is a request to have a special hearing on October 2nd. So staff is recommending, or staff is requesting on behalf of an applicant for the Miramar to hold a special hearing on October 2nd. My recommendation to the commission at this point in the hearing is to not take any action on that request for a special hearing on October 2nd until after the public comment period for items not on the agenda. And we'd like to invite anyone that may want to speak in regards to the request for a special hearing on October 2nd to provide their comments during the public comment period that is immediately following this item on the agenda. So then after that, then the commission, it's recommended the commission take up the request for a special hearing on October 2nd.
That sounds good. So that completes the projection report. In that case, let's go on to item 6, the public comment period. I have a couple of comments here that are for the item 1 later, but I have 3 speakers on, I believe, the special meeting session. Is there anybody online who we have coming in for that? Okay. With that, we'll go through this list. And so we'd like to do 3 minutes for each public speaker, starting with Mark Shatillo.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Mark Chatillo. I'm here on behalf of All Saints by the Sea concerning the Miramar Bungalow and Resort Project revision. And we wanted to speak to the hearing date. We're actively involved in this project and wanted to offer a scheduling concern with respect to the special or the regular meeting in October, which doesn't work both for council as well as for Reverend Smith, who is essential to the process. We are amenable to an October 2nd date, if that's appropriate. I have another hearing at the Board of Supervisors the day before, or City Council the day before, but we'll make it work if that's the Commission's preference. We would prefer, however, to have the hearing scheduled in November. That'll give us enough time to digest all of the information that's out there. This is a very fast-moving project, but critically, because this is an SB 330 project, there can only be a total of 5 hearings on this item, and that includes the board hearings, if there are any board hearings. So it's important that the commission be disciplined in terms of its scheduling for this item. If you don't have the additional necessary information and there's a need for a continuance, that counts as a hearing under the statute. So we do urge that you do be cautious. This is a complicated project. There are there's CEQA issues, there are general plan and local coastal plan consistency issues, historical resources, traffic, visual resources, freedom of religion and exercise that are all part of imbued in this project, part of what is imbued in this project. So we would ask that your commission do be careful about scheduling, and if it is going to take additional time, that we not schedule early prematurely and then proceed with a continuance and have to reconsider it later. So appreciate the opportunity to speak to this, and Reverend Smith will speak, and if there's any questions, we're happy to help. Thank you.
Chair would like to ask Reverend Channing Smith to come speak.
Good. Okay, great. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your service to our community. My name's Channing Smith. I'm the new rector of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church, just arriving and starting in January, and just want to express how wonderfully kind we have found this community to be, as they've welcomed us and helped us to navigate the public school system and all of that. So that's been a wonderful surprise for my family. I just want to express that. It's been a joy to be a part of this in a short way. We are expressing a request for a delay. As Mark Chatillo expressed, we are comfortable with the October 2nd, but the delay would allow us a little bit more time. We are trying to locate all the information so that we can fully express to you all our concerns or any concerns or further concerns that we might have. So that's important, and we haven't at this point been able to locate all the information for us to be able to digest the fullness of the project. I did want to express also, as there's been a previous a letter to you from the Miramar team, that we initially supported this project. In its current form, the leadership, including myself, oppose it, although we are working with that team and are hopeful that we can come to some possible solutions with that. And as we are their closest neighbor, we are trying to keep that goodwill among neighboring parties to be very positive, and so we continue our discussions with them. But if you could take this into consideration regarding the time when you schedule this, that would be very much appreciated.
Good question.
Thank you.
No? Can't get questions. Perfect, perfect. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, skip it.
The next speaker is Katie. I'm sorry, Mangia? What did I say? Mang. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Katie.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm Katie Mangan here on behalf of Caruso, and the Miramar. We ask today that you support setting the hearing on October 2nd. We started exploring this idea. It was really born out of the housing element update coming up on 2 years ago. In the last year, we have made significant modifications to our plan in response to feedback we've heard from our neighbors, including All Saints Parish. We are continuing to talk with the church, but feel it is important to move forward in parallel. Our plan, which is the only affordable housing proposed in Montecito, is 76% affordable, which is for housing for those employees at the Miramar with the greatest need. In one of the most expensive housing markets in the country, our employees need this housing and the community needs this housing. We ask that you move this forward to the October 2nd hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that looks like it concludes public comment for items not on today's agenda. And so with that, I would go back to consideration by the commission of the October 2nd special hearing date. So with that, I'd like to have comments and deliberations by the commissioners. And with that, we'll start with Commissioner Senauer.
Thanks. I have an out-of-town engagement. I will not be here October 2nd. I always have a commitment to be here on scheduled hearing dates. It is my commitment to this community as well as to, in general, my public service. When special hearings are brought up and discussed, I make every effort to attend. In this case, this has been long planned. The other component to this is we tend to have a quorum only with this commission for the past few months, at least, if not longer. And my concern is the special hearing request for the Miramar should really have the full complement, rather than just a quorum, of commissioners. Granted, we don't have a crystal ball. Things happen. But I think the commissioners are dedicated to be here on the scheduled Wednesdays. Now, could I be on Zoom if there was a quorum? I think that, Joanna, I think that is, from my understanding, acceptable and permissible. It would not be something it would be much different than meeting in person. And it would guarantee, the guarantee of a quorum has to be the predicate for that. So if we don't have a quorum, I can't be on Zoom to basically fulfill the obligation of a quorum. So contextually, I think there is such a push on this. I understand Caruso team is working very hard and appreciate that. I just think it feels, there is pressure. And I'm sure the Caruso team would prefer to have this done by the end of the year, okay? It's a preference and an ask for the October 2nd. There is no crystal ball to say what will happen after the 2nd. But that's where I stand on this, and I do have a question for staff. are you, for the special hearing on the 2nd, will there be other agenda items?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sinار, no, it'll be a special hearing. There'll only be that item on that agenda day.
Okay. Thank you. My second question is September 18th. We have one item, and granted, it's before October 2nd, but is there any way that that could be with the staff report, with everything? And I know the ask is October 2nd or later from All Saints. I'm just trying to sort of work through the moving parts on this. And that's where that's where I stand. I think having a meeting on the 18th that is total time 30 minutes is, it could be put some, anyway, those are the thread of my comments. And we can continue, of course. Thank you.
I very much appreciate your comments, Commissioner Sennauer. These are not so much my comments as informational. I have spoken with Commissioner Kubiak about his availability, and he has indicated that he is unlikely to be able to attend the September 18th meeting, but would be available for meetings in October, was his guidance. I am unfamiliar with Commissioner Stahl's availability or lack thereof. So to the extent that that informs anything in this process. So with that, Commissioner Pliche, thoughts?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just to respond to, is it appropriate to respond to Commissioner Sinaur's questions?
Certainly.
Yes, please.
So the staff report and information will not be ready by September 18th. If the request is that for agenda management purposes, we move the ordinance amendments from the 18th to the October 2nd, we could do that. Just knowing that the commission will have to be diligent in getting through those items on October 2nd. So we could have two items on a special hearing, the SB 35 ordinance amendments and the Miramar project. We could do that.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes. Please go ahead.
So I'm curious, can you tell us how far you're along? Is there a chance that you wouldn't be ready for October 2nd?
Chair and Commissioners, we believe it will be ready for October 2nd.
Okay, and so the 18th of October is, I think, our next one after that, is that the 16th? Our next October meeting is also, or the 16th, looks rather short. It's 10-minute presentation, 30-minute total. Would that clog up the process of being able to get this thing passed if they were so fortunate by the end of the year, in order to honor her one Wednesday a month? Could we not go 2 weeks later?
So Chair and Commissioners, I think there's a need for a special hearing due to the number of projects that are going to be coming before the Montecito Planning Commission. As I indicated earlier, on October 16th, staff is anticipating adding another item to that agenda date. That is another significant project.
The other hotel? Okay.
Potentially. So in order to be able to have sufficient hearing dates and times, having a special hearing to be able to accommodate these projects would be appropriate.
I have another question. The present agenda items on the September and October, could they be combined and put in September? So we'll clear this.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners,
There's only,
no.
can't?
The reason why I say that is the lead time that we need to be able to make a September 18th hearing date is as of like tomorrow to be able to have the final product ready for
Yeah, okay.
prime time. So those items that are projected for October, they're not ready to go in September. So we can move them down, like the ordinance amendments, they're not as time sensitive. We can move them down to November.
Well, the one is
November has one item on it.
November. Yeah, because the Montecito emergency debris flow mitigation, we probably want to do that before the winter. So,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that was a requirement, and my understanding is those nets have been removed.
the nets are gone. Yeah,
So this is really a post,
I see.
it's a procedural item that
Okay.
doesn't really have any effect. So
Okay.
that one's,
So just
I
go
do
ahead.
track that, but the feelings regarding the nets in our community remain strong. So the chance that we have people who wish to come and offer their eulogies for the nets might make this giving more time than
Yeah.
than seemingly would be required. So my preference is to not assume that that will be a quick item, even if it's not a substantive item.
So I would say if we don't have confirmation, if Bob isn't going to be there, and if we don't know whether if you're not going to be, only if we have a quorum. Correct. So if we don't have a quorum, then we're not going to have this meeting,
so Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for October 2nd, we did take, if I can say this word correctly, a straw poll, a poll.
Oh,
It is our understanding that Commissioner Stahl is available on October 2nd. As of right now, we haven't had confirmation from Commissioner Kupiak yet. But as of now, there would be a quorum of 3 commissioners on October 2nd. With Commissioner Steinauer's information earlier, it is a possibility that Commissioner Steinauer could participate remotely. That requirement would just require that the agenda indicate where Commissioner Steinauer is located and that it's open to the public for comment. So if she's an Australian and there's anybody in Australia that wants to comment on the Miramar, then they're welcome to attend that hearing location. But anyway, that would be the requirement for Commissioner Steinauer to participate remotely, and then we'd have 4 commissioners.
then I have one more question. As far as, I couldn't quite understand exactly were they saying they would okay with the second, the church, or they were wishing it was later. I mean, that's a little bit iffy. So could you state more clearly your preference and why? You see there's some things missing. Is there stuff that the county's supposed to provide you or the applicant? Please, if you don't mind. Go ahead. Am I out of it?
No. I mean, this is public
Thank you.
comment, but
Yes.
we're now on a particular matter, so.
To respond to your question,
Yeah.
Commissioner Police, the documents, there's a lot of history to this project. We've sought the historical documents, that were associated with the previous approvals in 2008 and 2015. Just yesterday, we were provided access to the 2008 technical report. So we're just now categorizing and digging into those documents. So we're a little behind the curve in terms of information. We've not yet seen the complete project plans with all the easements and the grading and the details. We've been prohibited from being able to copy that. We're able to look at it. So we've requested through staff that the applicant make the full plan set available for us so we can understand the project. There are some complexities associated with SEE's utility building. It's right next to All Saints by the Sea. Our preference is that we have an opportunity to fully digest this and that this item be considered at your regularly scheduled hearing in November. That's our preference. In order to accommodate the Miramar team, we could make it work on the 2nd of October, but it's not our preference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair, question?
Commissioner Police, okay, Commissioner Snell, yeah.
Where are the lights? Okay. So, I'm on?
Yes.
All right. Any possibility of having a special meeting in November?
Mr.
Special
Chair,
hearing.
Commissioner Center, I'm just going to weigh in here. That is going to delay the project, I think, unnecessarily. In this circumstance, we would not normally use a neighbor's schedule to guide a hearing date. If they're an appellant, we would, right? Because that's an important, they filed an appeal, they need to be able to attend a hearing. So I think if they're able to make it, then we should attempt to schedule the special hearing in October.
Director Plowman, am I correct in understanding that this process really won't have an appeal process to it, though? Because, like,
Yeah.
there's a little bit of a dock and a boat issue here.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, there is an appeal process. And if the commission makes a decision and one party or the other does not like that decision, they can appeal it to the board. Where there's limitation is the basis for denial. Because it's an SB 330 project, it's also a state density bonus project, so there's a very high bar by which we have to measure a denial. So you can really only deny the project if there's a public health and safety issue. And that's the way the state has set it up so that affordable housing can be built in communities across the state.
And that, if you don't mind, and that basically addresses the entire project?
Yes, Commissioner Sanauer, the the state density bonus law allows for a mixed-use project. And so the whole of the project is carried under the state density bonus program.
Does it go to BOS at all, this project?
It would not go to the Board of Supervisors unless it was appealed to the board.
And the appeal predicates would be reviewed by the director, who would review, if an appeal does come, if they are sufficient to...
The department reviews it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Plichet.
Could you clarify one more time for me? Did any of our housing elements that went through the approval process, was there commercial associated with those projects?
Commissioner
see it.
Pliche through the chair. So in our housing element, we didn't approve projects. What we did was we rezoned land.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So
there's
there's the potential for other mixed-use projects to come forward. And we are now currently working on our commercial zone districts to make that more feasible because it's a desirable thing to try and bring people living near commercial services. So, but I don't know of any other mixed-use projects that are currently proposed in the South County. I think there is one in the North County right now.
Okay.
It is my preference, just as long as we're kind of going through deliberations on this, that we hold this as a special meeting, that I take Commissioner Senhauer's comments very seriously, and that I appreciate her commitment to attending meetings. And there have been times when she has been present and others have not, and we have lacked quorum. So I want to acknowledge that diligence. My concern is that this particular topic, I believe, is going to take a fair amount of time and review, and that because there are a limited number of sessions, that we have one more session in which to review this, that if we take it as a part of a normal course of business with other items, we are either going to be here very late into the evening, or we will potentially have a time constraint on the consideration of this project. And so, while in general, I'm not, I think we should try and keep things to a normal cadence and schedule. It is my preference that we would, that we give this a whole lot of runway, because it has the vibes and the feel of needing that. So, with that, Commissioner Senhauer, does your calendar have flexibility in October, or no? Okay.
When would the staff report be available for October 2nd? When, when would it be public and when would we see it?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, staff reports are generally available 1 week prior to the hearing.
So that's it? It can't be 10 days? I mean, this is a massive project, and
Staff can certainly work out a review schedule with our team to see if it's possible to release it early.
So-
That's something we'd have to look at internally and
So-
get back to you on.
Mr. Dargle, what day is that? I'm sorry, I don't have my calendar. A week ahead? I'm sorry. The week, what date is it? September, thank you, David. September 25th, with the normal protocol, it would be available that the evening of the 24th online. Is that correct, David, generally?
Generally, yes, because I
Okay.
usually receive it on Tuesday. For
Okay, and the packet, the hard copy would be available to us on that Wednesday, correct?
And Commissioners, if we can do it early, we can certainly let David know we can work with David to give you a heads up. We'll do our very best.
And I would just like to add, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Senar, that you're welcome to look at the information that's in the file currently. Yeah, so if you want to start looking at plans and things like that, you're welcome to come in and review that information. We are dependent on some other departments providing feedback, and so that might be the sticking point about why we might not be able to get it early.
Is the public allowed to?
Yeah.
To view, okay.
Yep, the public can come in and look at information, the planning commission can come in and look at information, so it's all public. It just hasn't been finalized and published.
Thanks.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Does that mean that, I guess it also means that you can't publish anything? That's against your rules, a partial publication, like 70% of the material.
Correct.
And why is that? Is that some kind of, just some state law, or?
I mean, it's just good practice to not dribble information out that's incomplete. So we would not do that.
But we can come see the.
Yeah, you can come look
the-
at the
the
plans.
dribbles
You're
and-
most welcome to, but we won't be able to make any conclusions and until we have all the information we need. And so,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
we provide a complete packet and then we release that to the public. But you're welcome to look at the information that's in the file in terms of looking at the plan set and maybe any reports that might have been completed. Yeah.
And the other thing, what are the odds, like 80, 90% that you'll be finished and we'll have it on that date? And so there's any possible way this would be postponed and not happen?
So Chair, we're anticipating and we're fairly confident that it'll go on October 2nd and that you'll have the materials at least the 10 days prior. As staff has indicated, which is a week. A week prior, not 10 days, sorry. Got confused. A week prior. And staff has indicated that if we can finalize the documents, then we can publish those earlier for the commission to view and the public. What Director Plowman is indicating is our procedures and practice that we don't release draft documents. And so you're welcome to view those items like the plans, to view them in the office, and that's courtesy is also been made available to other members of the public, but we don't publish draft documents until it's in a final form. And then that's what you receive a week prior, is those final documents.
Question, Chair?
Commissioner Senar.
Thank you. So to look at plans, specs, that sort of thing, it isn't associated with any staff report. There is no review of what we're eyes on, right? It is just the objective metrics of whatever. The staff report will come after many reviews along the chain, and that will be available 7 days ahead of time. Just so if the public is listening and watching, and for us, what is viewable is objective plans, specs, without any review from staff or interpretation. Great, thank you.
That's correct, yeah.
And then one last thing, Commissioner Steinauer, to the chair, or Chair Commissioner Steinauer. In regards to a decision about participating remotely on the hearing, our preference is that we would know the same time, a week prior, before the agenda goes out. However, the last possible time to make that decision would be 72 hours ahead of the hearing, and then we'd post a revised agenda indicating that a commissioner is participating remotely and then the location.
And again, for clarification, that can only, my participation remotely can only happen if there is a quorum here. That's what I've been told all along. Is that not correct?
So, Chair and Commissioners, I'm happy to confirm on the Brown Act teleconferencing requirements, but my understanding is if you've provided staff with the location at which you'll be appearing and that location is available to the public, then we can use the person, if it's you or whatever commissioner appearing remotely in that regards, we can use them to establish a quorum.
Okay, how many commissioners could be remote at a hearing and be considered a quorum? Can you have 3 remote commissioners that constitute a quorum?
Didn't we have a training on this? I vaguely remember Brian coaching us all on how to do this right.
And you can look into this and get back to me. It's just, my understanding was very different, that there had to be physically a quorum before a remote commissioner could join.
So, Chair and Commissioners, let me look at that and get back to you. I know there are some specific rules for Montecito as well as the Brown Act, so we'll check that.
I wish to emphasize that it is my expectation and firmly held view that we should, as commissioners, establish a quorum, and that it would be irresponsible not to. That said, if we lack a quorum on a special hearing date, how does that, when we have lacked a quorum on a regularly scheduled meeting, it just kind of rolls to the next regularly scheduled meeting. What would, in the unlikely but an unfortunate situation where we lacked a quorum on October 2nd, what would be our remedies available at that point?
So, yeah, I'll start. You want to start? So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'll start, and then Ms. Hartley will clean up after me. So after the, in the unlikely event on October 2nd, we don't have a quorum, we won't be able to start the meeting and we just cancel it. And then it would be revert back to staff and putting it on a subsequent agenda and then noticing it again. So we wouldn't be able to hold a hearing, we just have to cancel it because we'd have a lack of a quorum. And it would be our understanding that that wouldn't count towards one of the 5 because no hearing took place.
It would not, okay. But that in terms of scheduling it, we would have to wait until October 16th in a regularly scheduled public meeting in which to reschedule a special hearing meeting?
Mr. Chair, there may be occurrences where the chair can set a special hearing, but the procedure manual points to having when you can set a special hearing as a quorum, then that should be the preference, and not have the chair set special hearings unilaterally. There is some provisions for that to occur. I would think on October 2nd, again, if we are lacking a quorum on October 2nd, it would just, because of noticing and those other requirements, it would default to the regularly scheduled hearing on October 16th.
So potentially October 16th turns into like an 18-hour marathon session of a hearing?
We would anticipate that we would just keep going until the end of time, until we finish all items on October
Well,
16th.
Yeah, well, 101
fair enough,
was-
yeah.
101 was that way. I think there were 3 hearings.
I recall that, and I respectfully, it's my goal to not not 102 it, if you will. And so, okay, so I think at the September 18th meeting, we need blood oaths from everybody who's present to show up on October 2nd, is what it sounds like. If we are looking to agendize this for October 2nd, but we're going to have clarification as to whether or not Commissioner Senhauer's presence in some charming place that is public would constitute counting towards a quorum and not be required in addition to the quorum. And we'll have clarification on that on September 18th, or September 18th also?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the request today is just to set a special hearing on October 2nd.
Right.
And then on September 18th, if there's any other information to provide, we can do that. Blood oaths aren't in the procedure manual. We can add that on September 18th. But I think as of today, the action today is just set a special hearing on October 2nd, and then we can advise the commission as far as status and other items on September 18th.
I have the mild concern that the quorum we have today would not be able to be present on October 2nd. And so, although I'm in favor of moving forward with this October 2nd meeting, I have a abiding nervousness on the topic. Okay, so I would entertain a motion for a special hearing on October 2nd.
I so move that we have this special hearing on October 2nd. You may have to second it.
In an unusual scenario, I, as the chair, will second the motion. Unless, any comments? Commissioner Senauer?
My comments stand.
Fair enough. Mr. Villalobos, can we have a roll call vote?
Sure. Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Senauer,
Nope.
Chair Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-1.
Shit. You got a light on your phone.
Yes, well, okay, so now that we've set the calendar, Planning Commissioners informational reports. Commissioner Senauer. Commissioner Police.
None.
None for myself either.
Actually,
Oh,
flood control,
Oh, yeah,
and I
yeah.
think you were both there,
Yes.
right? We attended a meeting about the new flood control and maps, and et cetera, et cetera. It was in this room a month ago,
Yeah.
at some point. And and if I'm correct, the advisory map has been struck out, and that is not the predicate moving forward, just so there's clarity, and maybe Director Plowman can, or somebody can clarify if I'm mistaken or not regarding the advisory map not being basically the basis for going forward. And the Board of Supervisors will be the final, I think, this.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Senauer, I actually don't know.
There,
I would need to talk to flood control about that.
Okay, thank you.
at that meeting, there was a situation where I asked the question, if the data does not change, and it won't change in the near future, but we won't get a reckoning as far as it being official for 12 to 24 months, why is that? And the answer was because of appeals of certain homeowners in the flood district. But that wouldn't affect the freeway status as far as retaining walls. and sound walls and things of that nature. And so I wasn't a place to ask these questions beyond that, but I was curious, we have a kind of an incomplete decision on the sound walls because of this situation, yet we really don't, because the data won't change. So I was just wondering, would it be appropriate, I should probably ask you, to have flood control come back again and say why they can't go and use those maps if it's only because of 1% of the 100% appeal process?
Yeah, Commissioner Pleche through the chair. I think that is the rub with governmental regulations. Like sometimes they're delayed, even though it seems like that's the obvious end point. But because of the process to allow people to appeal particular issues, that can hold it up. So technically, I'm speaking, with this much information, but that would be the standard approach, is that you would not implement the regulations as long as there was an appeal going forward. I mean, you can compare it to like, hey, I approved the project, the Montecito PC approved a project, and it's on appeal to the board, but it's still approved by the Montecito PC, can't we go forward? Well, you can't, right? Because it's not fully adjudicated.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
understand this, we made this modification originally to the freeway to remove the sound walls. And the only information they were concerned about was this map. And now the map does exist. And why we can't use it because of appeals upstream, to me, is a double negative. It doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, I guess it's, well, we'll talk to Flood, because there was this time frame that the Board of Supervisors says, well, you have 6 months or whatever to, find out whether we can have this sound wall put in. Well, that's up, and it does seem unfair to our residents in Montecito that might gain by having the sound wall put in. Anyway, I'll stop there.
At the flood control meeting, Director Palmer, there was a discussion that the county might adopt, that the County Board of Supervisors adopted what was the interim map prior to this, and that it would be potentially within the discretion of the County Board of Supervisors to temporarily adopt the draft version of the new map prior to its finalization. In that circumstance, is planning and development in conjunction with flood control going to review the sound walls?
You know what, we're getting into deep waters, into a subject we're not agendized to talk about.
Is that
And
something we should agendize for the next meeting?
I really, to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know what the process will be. It's not something I've been involved in. I don't know if the sound walls will come back. I have to look into it. But I think we probably need to stop there, because this is an informational report and not something we're scheduled to discuss.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, do you have a director's report you would want
I
to offer
do.
for us? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I do have some things I can talk about. I don't have a lot because the board has been on break. They had their first regularly scheduled meeting yesterday, but they were on a month break, and they actually did have a special meeting in between, but didn't involve anything that from planning and development. So what I wanted to let you know is that we have a lot of implementation items that came out of the housing element. And so the department is going to be spending a substantial amount of time bringing those items forward. One of the key things that we're working on now is addressing the issue of local preference. This is something that's been expressed in the community and also by our decision makers, that if we're going to be building housing pursuant to the state requirements, that we'd like our local employees to be able to live in those units and not have them become second homes. At least give them the first shot at either purchasing or renting those units. So we're working on trying to develop a program that you know, doesn't conflict with fair housing law. That's tricky, but that's one of the top priorities for us. There are also going to be an update to the inclusionary housing ordinance. It got modified. It will be modified to ensure that rental projects are now also subject to inclusionary housing requirements, whereas it previously had only been for sale product. And then we're also going to be working on a density bonus program that's really a county program specific to the county that is hopefully designed to stimulate moderately priced housing. And that is a category of housing that's still considered affordable but doesn't have any form of subsidy. And the state density bonus program really emphasizes low-income housing, which obviously is very, very critical, and we support that 100%. But there's a gap in our community because of where we're located and the prices and whatnot, that people who qualify for moderate income housing can't afford any non-subsidized housing. So it's just a way for us to try and get developers to build that, and then they would be locked up at that price for the 55 years that any state density bonus project would be.
I have a question. You say local preference. Does that include school teachers?
Absolutely. It's all our workers, right? All our essential workers, the people that are at our grocery stores, the people that deliver our mail,
I see.
our firefighters.
Anyone that's not a second home buyer, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'd like to bring them back into the community, bring them from Camarillo and, however far out they go. And sometimes, we do have staff that live in San Luis Obispo County and Ventura County. Yeah. And beyond, sadly. But so those are the key things that we're working on. I wanted to announce that there is the APA conference that's going to be coming up. That is September 28th through October 1st. It'll be in Riverside this year. They do have sessions for planning commissioners if any of you are interested. You can find that on the American Planning Association California chapter website. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is that for future board items, we've got the Community Services Department is bringing the Climate Action Plan to the Board of Supervisors on August 27th. So if you're interested in that, that's when the hearing will be. We have the Music Academy appeal going on October 15th to the Board of Supervisors. And then the historic landmarks designation of All Saints by the Sea will be going to the board on October 15th. They sought a historic designation through our Historic Landmarks and Advisory Committee. And then there is an item, and I didn't get the date down on this, but HLAC is recommending a historic designation for a property on East Valley Road. The landowner is objecting to that, and that will be going to the Board of Supervisors. I believe that's also in October, might be November. But that's 2929 East Valley Road.
I have a question for her. Does that designation of the church affect the October 2nd meeting?
Commissioner Police through the chair, I don't believe that it does.
Okay.
Question. What about the Middle Road Moody Cottage demo that is going to BOS? Is that correct? They're going to, there's litigation.
There's,
Okay.
And Commissioner Center through the chair, what I can say is there's litigation. And that's probably all I can say.
And who brought
The county.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I think that's all I have.
Yeah, well, it's out of our hands. So, thank you, Director Plowman. I think we are now to the minutes and approving the February 21st and May 15th minutes.
Mr. Chair, the February 21st set, we had continued a couple of times in deference to Commissioner Kupiec.
So okay, well, let's keep on keeping on, continuing. So let's go to May 15th minutes. This is a tad tricky because, well, I think we can do it by a vote of 2-1. Or no, do we want to wait for Commissioner Saul? So, I think it's like, if, I understand why you would have to abstain, but Mr. Wilson, is this possible for us to approve the May 15th meetings today? Minutes?
Chair and Commissioners, I recommend that we just continue this item to another hearing.
Okie dokie. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe October 2nd.
Yeah.
Sorry, too soon for that. But we'll move it to September 18th.
Okay, so we have for item 9, we have a waived item, and we're going to come back to that, I guess, at some future date, right?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, sorry, we're racing to the mic. There's no action required for the commission on that. That's just for noticing purposes only.
Yeah, okay, so we're just, as I march down through the agenda, we will pass item 11 because there's nothing to do, and on to item 12. And that is something that Mr. Villalobos is about to read into the record for us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Elwood Barrett, appellant, to consider the following appeal. Case number 24 APL 5, an appeal of the director's approval of land use permit, case number 23 LUP 417, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15303E.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've had the item read into the record.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, can we take a quick break?
Yes.
Sorry, I know we're on a roll, but can we just take a quick break?
Let's take a 5-minute break, and let's all reconvene here at 10:10 a.m. Are we back on? Excellent. Well, with that, we had just finished our Mr. Villalobos's reading of the item into the record. And with that, we go on to ex parte conversations and site visit disclosures. And Commissioner Senauer, will you lead us off on this topic?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I spoke with the applicant. I spoke with the appellant. And I spoke with Montecito Water District. And I made a drive-by, walk-by of the actual site.
Commissioner Police, what are your ex parte conversations and/or site visits?
They're very thin,
Okay.
and it's been a while, but I have been by there, but I have not spoken to anybody. So that's it.
So I have spoken with the applicant, and I have driven by the site. And those would be my ex parte and my site visit disclosures. With that, I'd like to now head on to the staff presentation of the most exciting poll in all of Montecito.
Great. All righty. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Katie Nall, and I will be presenting the Barrett appeal of SoCalGas's utility pole on Jamison Lane. So the project is located within the southern right-of-way of Jamison Lane near 129 Sheffield Drive in Montecito. It's also within the coastal zone. The project includes the installation of a new Tier 2A small wireless facility for smart metering, including a data collector unit cabinet and a solar panel on a new 34-foot tall wood pole for SoCalGas. Here are some visual simulations of what the pole would look like. The photo on the left is looking west from Ortega Hill Road, and the photo on the right is looking east from Jamison Lane. One note, though, is that the equipment shown in white is currently conditioned to be painted a non-reflective brown to match the pole. That was an MBAR directive. And the wall in the background is the off-ramp from Highway 101. You can see from these photos that the pole is visually similar to the surrounding infrastructure. It's set back from North Jamison. It's behind the existing fence and the drainage. The project was originally approved and issued as a director-level development plan and coastal development permit. Once construction began, however, a concrete drainage swale was discovered in the way of the pole's base. So the applicant returned for a substantial conformity determination, moving the pole 55 feet east of the original location, and that was in order to meet County Public Works and Caltrans standards. The red is the original location which was approved, and the blue is the proposed location. The substantial conformity determination and the follow-up land use permit were approved by staff in February of this year. The follow-up land use permit was appealed over concerns with the new location. So appeal issue 1, the pole is in our view shed, our view corridor, and should be closer to other poles further east. To respond to this concern, the corridor is pretty restrictive in terms of where SoCalGas can place the pole because both Caltrans and County Public Works enforces right-of-way setbacks for safety regulations. On top of those restrictions, the facility cannot be co-located on those nearby poles due to jurisdictional conflicts. For example, Caltrans does not allow SoCalGas equipment on their infrastructure. Additionally, the project complies with visual policies. Appeal issue 2, the current location is less than 5 feet from eastbound traffic on North Jamison Lane. There have been numerous vehicle collisions on that intersection of North Jamison Lane and Ortega Hill Road. This location could cause additional head-on collisions. To respond to that, the claim is incorrect. The site is proposed to be 10 feet south of the North Jamison Lane edge strip per Public Works setback requirements. And it's also behind a fence and the drainage ditch. Public Works was notified of this relocation and did not have any concerns related to vehicular safety. And the final issue, Appeal Issue 3, the proposed plans show at least 10 feet of wood pole above the equipment. Why is this necessary? Other nearby poles don't have this feature. And to answer this, the proposed 34-foot tall poles design, it includes a 9-foot space above the antennas, and that's to allow future co-location of the Montecito Water District utilities. This will eliminate the need for additional poles within the vicinity, which is intended by Article 2, the Coastal Land Use Ordinance. Overall, the project would be in conformance with all applicable policies of the Comprehensive Plan and Article 2, including the Montecito Community Plan. Staff recommends that your commission deny the appeal, thereby affirming the director's decision to approve case number 23 LUP 417, make the required findings for approval of the project specified in attachment A of the staff report, including the CEQA findings, determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guideline section 15303, and approve the project subject to the conditions included in attachment B. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
To shake things up a bit, let's go with Commissioner Pliche first for questions, and then we'll go to.
Can we put the map back on the? Okay, so the original spot, the red spot.
Yes.
Red spot. Okay, and the objection to that was wholly due to jurisdiction as far as underground easement to the, what was the objection again?
Commissioner Pliche through the chair. The red spot is the originally approved location, so
Yes.
that was approved by us. When SoCalGas went out to actually install the pole,
Right.
you can kind of see
Yeah.
there's a drainage ditch in the
Yeah,
way.
understand.
That would have required them to, dig it up, which would cause more disturbance, and I believe Public Works, that they wouldn't allow that.
So the advantage of where it was originally put, I mean, that was a choice made by whom? The red location. Who chose that location to begin with?
Commissioner Pliche through the chair, that would be SoCalGas. They originally came in with that location proposed.
But it looks like we're looking at some kind of, is that a wall that they're both up against? What is that?
That shown on the plans is the concrete drainage swale.
But it's on both, the red dot and the blue dot are close to it.
Yes, correct. They're very close. The blue is set back from it, though. There's enough space for
But
them
you couldn't set back the red dot, the red location?
So it gets a little complicated, but correct. That's because they're coming up really close to the Caltrans right-of-way,
Yes.
and they have very strict standards on what can go within that right-of-way. So basically, they wouldn't be able to push it back.
Yeah, that sounds kind of weak, but we'll hold that comment till later, I guess. And so the choice of the blue dot was brought forth again by the SoCal. And have you had discussions with the complaint, and you decided that you still want to keep the blue dot?
Commissioner Pliche through the
Make it so
chair.
simple, I'm sorry.
We have spoken with the appellant. However, staff can't necessarily direct SoCalGas to put it somewhere else. They all have to come to an agreement. It is SoCalGas's project. Previously, we have looked at, I believe, 3 or 4 other sites for this pole. And ultimately, MBAR, SoCalGas, and staff landed on the red location. And then once again, finding the drainage swale, SoCalGas proposed to put it in the blue location.
It's a drainage swell, but the pole is, what, 10 feet in the ground or something? So that's a big hazard to have a drainage swell, and it's a pole that small. that deep in the ground. I don't quite understand why it's so argumentative to not put it where it was originally planned.
Well, Commissioner, through the chair, it's concrete, so they would require them to kind of dig up concrete, and it's Public Works right of way, and so it's Public Works concrete. Public Works said that they couldn't dig it up, so they couldn't put it in that location.
Take it all of about 3 or 4 hours, and then we'd move on instead of spending all our time here. But okay, all right. Being a freeway builder for many decades, that's not a very big problem. But I'll stop there.
Commissioner Senauer, do you have questions for staff?
And we hear who do we hear first, the appellant or the applicant next? What is the?
We will, after we finish our questions for staff, we will then hear the applicant's presentation and then public. No, I'm sorry. We will hear the appellant presentation, then the applicant presentation, and then public comment.
So to staff, there were 3 or 4 prior locations to the red dot. And those were discussed at MBAR from
Correct.
Speaking with you. And also, I think there was a mention in the report. And it was the neighbors who were concerned about views, all right? The living room, whatever. So views were considered as a problem. And SoCal Gas decided to find better locations where the community wouldn't have a view problem, right? View shed problem, whatever. And they ended up, after 3 times, with the red dot. And the red dot was approved by MBAR?
Correct.
The red dot location, okay, was, and hence we're here, okay, because of the appellant. So the views were considered with the prior locations, but not valid on this location.
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, let me clarify. The original application was for the location to be more northeast along Sheffield, and there were issues with a bus stop location. The Montecito Transit didn't approve of that location. It was too close to their bus stop. So then it was moved down to North Jameson, near kind of the off-ramp, and MBAR requested it to be moved east, and that was for neighbor complaints and safety concerns with the off-ramp. And so once MBAR requested it be moved east for those purposes, to be closer to the vegetation, that's when it was moved to the red location. And then ultimately MBAR approved of that location, and then so did county staff.
Where does the bike path, that's a very difficult intersection with Sheffield and Ortega. But the bike path, it's right there. Yeah, so is that not a consideration, public safety, et cetera?
So yes, it is, Commissioner Senauer, through the chair. Bike paths are a consideration. However, the proposed location is behind an existing fence, so it would not impact the bike path.
Okay, I guess I'll wait for the appellant and the applicant. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My only question, and this is kind of not a very thoughtful question, but why aren't they just using one of the existing poles? Right next to it, we see the short little pole, and then there are 2 bigger poles. I'm curious, from a staffing point of view, is there a reason we don't just hook the new box on one of the existing poles?
Chair Miller, that's likely, I have an answer to that, but that's likely going to be a better question for the applicant, because they've had those conversations.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Commissioner Senauer.
Yes, one more follow-up question. So regarding Montecito Water District, that is a separate permitting process. It's included here as a reference that depending on the permit process, approvals, et cetera, that would be additive to the, I see 3 or 2 number of types of, it says installation of 3 wireless communication antennas. And then the next paragraph there are 2 proposed antennas. So is the 3 including Montecito Water? This is on, of course, you probably have the digital, but this is on page, radio frequency, page 1, 2. I'm just, and maybe the applicant can share some thoughts on that. And I'm just wondering, one says 3, the other says 2, and does the 3 include MWD? Even though it hasn't been permitted, it is, the pole is 34 feet to accommodate MWD's equipment. So maybe it's best to wait for the, I'm just, okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Senauer through the chair. The proposal includes 2 whip antennas, which would be visible on the exterior. It would likely be better for the applicant to answer about the third, but I believe there's a third within the cabinet. This proposal doesn't include any description of what Montecito Water District would approve.
It simply references
Correct.
that their equipment would be provided for on this pole, and that's why it's 34 feet tall, maybe?
Correct. Yeah, Commissioner Senauer through the chair. This proposal allows Montecito Water District to co-locate whatever equipment they propose.
As long as it's permitted.
Correct.
Okay, that's it, thanks.
And actually, if I may add a little more detail to that, Montecito Water District would have to come in, like you said, for a permit, and that would be similar to what we originally saw with this. It would be a director level approval with MBAR review. So it would all be reviewed in the same manner.
Any further questions for staff? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And with that, we'd like to perhaps wait for Mr. Villalobos or keep on trucking with the appellant.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Woody Barron.
I think, actually, I'm sorry,
I need
I
to
think we actually, I'm sorry, just as part of following this, we go now not to you as the applicant.
All applicant.
I apologize. I think we start, because you are the applicant for this permit, and we go with the appellant. No. Oh, you're the, okay, you are the appellant. I'm sorry. Okay, yes, please go ahead with the, I'm sorry, the presentation on the screen was different than what you were presenting, and I was,
Okay.
Mr. Barrett, please continue with your appeal.
Great, thank you very much. I'll apologize in advance. We've got I'm the president of the Montecito Sanitary Board, and so I was up to 1:30 this morning looking at a $496,000 accounts payable because I'm also the temporary treasurer right now. That was 168 pages of invoices. And our dogs get up at 5:45. But in any case, there are 2 concerns that I have with this. This is sort of a special property. People probably don't know it. It's the Messini Adobe, built in 1820. It's the oldest 2-story adobe in the state of California. It's landmarked. I was concerned about all this Caltrans and the vibration. Of course, now we have cracks, so that'll be addressed at a different time. But it's in the view corridor that we have from the front of the adobe on the 2nd story, the balcony, this pole. And SoCal Gas was kind enough to put up a temporary pole and extend it, and I could see it from up there, unfortunately, because it's so tall. It's 34 feet. So there's that concern that we have. The other concern I have mainly is probably there's a wreck every 45 days at this corner. And I just quit walking out there to see what happened because it's a big loud crash and people screaming. You have bikers coming off of Ortega Ridge there. From the left, this is a view. This is going down Sheffield towards the 101. So you're headed south towards the ocean right here. You've passed the entrance to our property and now you're going into the turn here. You see that tall evergreen, looks like a Christmas tree on the right. Down below it to the right, you see the little sign for the SoCal pole location. I'm a little bit confused. I went out and looked at it again yesterday and took some pictures. There's no stake there. I guess Caltrans or somebody removed them because there is a fence there. You can't get to the other side unless you're working in that area. And you can see they used quite a bit of Roundup and killed everything there. Thank you, Caltrans. So there is a concrete drainage ditch back there. That drains essentially an entire Ortega Hill. It comes down like an ocean in a rain. In the 10-inch rains, it overflows, it comes onto our property, which is just Mother Nature at work. But I'm confused because there's never really been a pole, unless I missed it, a pole erected there. Like when you build a house, you know, they put up the poles and everybody can see how big the structure is going to be. I've never seen that happen here. So I don't know if it's on the other side of the drainage ditch, and the applicant's probably going to clarify that, or on this side. If it's on this side, I don't know how they're going to get 10 feet off the side of that road with their location, but I'm sure it's been surveyed and it's exact. If I see the next slide, please. Number 2. This is a little bit slower. So I'm just taking you through the curve here. Just go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Maybe you can hit just the arrow there. Maybe we'll go to the next one if it's the Microsoft version. Yeah, there we go. Well, we skipped a couple. But anyway, now we're coming from the other direction. This is on North Jameson. We're headed east towards Ortega Ridge Road. Summerland, of course, you know, is over the hill. That's our fence and property on the left. You can see how busy this intersection is. And next slide, please. Now you can see where the sign is, where the evergreen tree is. You're coming into the turn right here. Envision this, because I drive it all the time. I probably go at nighttime, probably 5 nights a week to this property. And in the dark, you've got a screaming baby in the back seat, or you're texting, or you're calling on a phone, or your dog's jumping back and forth in your cargo area, and you just look back for a second, you're going to go straight ahead, right into that. Next slide, please. So that pole you see on the right has the reflective tape, which is nice. There is the concrete swell, they call it. I call it a drainage ditch. That pole essentially is illegal today. It's grandfathered. It's by Edison. There's a wired cable that goes across over Jameson Lane. It connects to the big electric pole, and that's a stabilizing pole for that Edison pole. It's not that tall. It's not that big. But you can see where it's placed now. And you can see the sign just further down there a little bit. Next slide, please. There it is. I took a picture here. I can't see a stake anywhere. And again, someone might have pulled it up working in that area. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody back there from Caltrans in quite a while. Again, there's behind it. And this is the view. And SoCal has to put their pole over to the west a little bit in order for their solar panels to pick up the sun. I get that. If you go back to the first slide, please. So we've just passed the left-hand turn to Ortega Ridge. on your left there. You can kind of see the road's widening a little bit. As you're coming down Sheffield, there's nothing behind this pole, so you're going to be looking right at this pole. Again, if there are, bicycle riders coming down, and these guys on Saturdays and Sundays, you ought to come film it. It looks like, the Tour de France coming down that hill. There are big groups of 20, 30, 50 bikers, intense guys. I'm sure they're doing 100 miles a day. But anyway, all you're going to see is that pole. And if you get distracted, hopefully you don't, again, straight ahead into that pole. So that is, my biggest concern is safety. And I'm not trying to impede, progress in our community. I know SoCal needs this to read their smart meters as well as the water district. It's great that they've combined one pole and not two poles. I get all that. To me, it's just a safety concern. When it was 55 feet further back, it's more in the straight line of Jameson, just like that Edison pole. It's out of the way. I'm like you. I've dug up concrete. We do it in our business. It's not that big a deal. I don't know why Public Works is all upset about that drainage ditch, which wasn't even, nobody even knew it was there really until they removed all the vegetation when Caltrans did all this work. So let me see if I had some other notes here. 34 feet, view corridor. Take, remove. And I also want to give my appreciation and thanks to Katie Knoll, has been super helpful through this whole process. And also Olivia Gutierrez and Tim Mahoney, they've been super helpful. They've met me on site. They did the extension pole so I could go back up to the Adobe and get on the balcony and look to see it. So everybody's been super nice in this whole process. Unfortunately, it's in our view corridor. Number one, you're going to have technology on the left. You're going to have a 200-year-old Adobe on the right. So that's the way it goes. But again, I drive this road every day practically. That to me is just not a good location for a pole, period. And it's not because it's SoCal. It's not because it's Water District. If it was Edison, it was anybody else, I would be concerned with it.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate
And
it.
I think that's it. Oh, last slide, please. Last one, I'm sorry. Running on battery power here. So if the commissioners do decide to approve the project, I went out and took a little piece of that evergreen and I compared it to the chart that SoCal was nice enough to FedEx to me. And I circled the one, I think that number is 6028, I believe, color. And it matches the evergreen. So, it looked more like the tree. But I didn't know the commissioners approved the brown. I just didn't want something white or tin colored up there. So that concludes everything I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Could ask for the presentation by the applicant.
Okay, is it on? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Tim Mahoney with Southern California Gas Company. Olivia Gutierrez is here with me, and appreciate the staff and Mr. Barrett that we've been working with and the rest of the neighbors out there. And I have a brief presentation to go through here. Okay, so very quickly, as was mentioned, we are now reading the natural gas meters at your residence and mine electronically, wireless communication. This is part of that network. Everybody who has a meter, Santa Barbara City Water, Montecito Water, everybody's going to this technology because it's a lot of good benefits for the customer. So I'll show you some other items in this particular one. Here's the picture that very similar to what Mr. Barrett had. We've been working for all of the folks on this to get the best spot, and this is a good location. Now, as far as safety and everything else that we've been talking about. The pole is behind the fence, this existing fence that's there. It's kind of a crowded area because you've got the roads, flood control, and Caltrans. But if you see, we are at least 10 foot back. We have this surveyed, gone through the great extent to make sure our pole is back farther beyond on the other side of the fence. So there is a area there for motorists and bicyclers, and we're completely on the ocean side of the fence, if you will. And we're trying to snuggle that pole, if you will, back into the trees so that it blends in and kind of disappears. That's the goal. And also our goal, whenever we put up our data collection units, we try and minimize poles. We understand the community doesn't want more poles, so we're trying to co-locate mixed use poles, if you will, et cetera. Okay, so quickly a timeline here. We started the process in '22. We've been out there several times. We've met with Mr. Barrett. We've met with other folks in the area, explaining what we do. We've put out cones and stakes and signs notifying everybody that this is where the poles are. So just a quick timeline here. Last year in '23, we continued to work with staff, meet people. So I really feel we've gone the extra mile in trying to communicate MBAR, et cetera, on these issues here. And then this will bring you up to speed on this year, on 2024, and here we are today. So here's an overall shot. We have had several different areas where this proposed pole would be, the data collection unit. We need to service the customers in this area, as you can see from the red tile roofs. One of the early locations, if you follow Sheffield around, it goes up, and there's a red dot up there, a pin. That was where originally we went up there. Unfortunately, there's a bus stop, there's mailboxes, people get their trash picked up there, et cetera. That didn't work out. So then we came back around where the off-ramp is to 101 and chose that spot. And it was at one time, our team went out there, Mr. Barrett was there, and the other residents that are in those homes there, that not the red tile roof homes, but the other ones, we all came out and checked out that and decided that, for a variety of reasons, why not move the pole back towards Ortega Ridge and Summerland, and then you get what would be the red dot in those other pictures, and that's where the culvert was, and other items that and that was approved by MBAR. It just didn't work there for a variety of the reasons, the concrete, et cetera. So we said, well, if we move it, 50 some feet back, you get the yellow dot on this map. It was the blue dot on the other one, and that's the one where we'd like to go today, because it fits in very well. Let me see if I've got anything else here. Okay, so we're agreeing with the staff report, recommending you deny the appeal. It is a good site. It's safe. We've worked with the neighbors, and it just works out. When we went out there, we took our story pole that Mr. Barrett talked about, and we put it up. And I went with Mr. Barrett into his property, and it is a lovely property. There's no question about that. But the pole is bright yellow. So when you stick it up, the 34 feet, yeah, you can see a bright yellow pole. But our pole's brown, and we're going to paint the box either green or whatever color Mr. Barrett would like. So it's going to blend in. And it's really not a visual hazard or a visual impact from the property. So that's really our presentation. I think the staff report was very objective, but certainly answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your time. We would now go to a public comment.
Can I ask the
Question?
I think our questions will come after the rebuttals. Is that? Okay.
Chair,
No.
Commissioners, you can ask questions of the
Okay, you know what,
appellant now
let's-
if you'd
let's-
like, or it's up to you at your discretion.
I have questions.
No, no,
for
no,
you.
okay,
Chair.
let's, questions, starting with Commissioner Senauer.
Hi, could we bring up the slide with the two other positions, locations that you just had up, you were referencing by the off-ramp, on-ramp, that showed them all?
Yeah, I'm clicking.
Thank you.
Okay. Timeline. Here we go.
Okay, so you all met, the orange on the left. You said you met with the neighbors and Mr. Barrett about that location, and what was the issue?
Well, a couple of issues. Number one is the house. It's the brown roof house. I forget the gentleman's name. Jason. Yeah, Jason was there. He had a legitimate complaint, if you will, in the sense that his living room does kind of look out that way, and this was in his view shed. You know, he's a great guy, nice man. We didn't quite see eye to eye, but he's a good guy. And it became apparent at that time that if we worked together, a possibility was for gas company to move it down to accommodate what he viewed as a problem. So we were all able to say, move it back towards Summerlin, back towards Ortega Hill, but keep it on that side of the freeway, keep it on that side of the fence. At the time, I believe Mr. Barrett's correct. I think that whole area was wooded, and Caltrans hadn't come in there and whacked it all out. So, we all said, yeah, let's move it to this location down there. And so we did, and that's what MBAR approved. And then when we got there, we found out that the specifics didn't quite work out with that particular spot. We do a direct burial and, those sorts of things. So, did I answer your question? I hope I did.
You did, thank you.
I'm trying to be direct.
So did MBAR approve D?
I don't believe it ever got to MBAR.
Okay, that never got, okay.
I don't think it ever got that far.
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, I can respond to that. MBAR reviewed D, but did not approve it. They requested that it move further east. They approved E on that plan.
Is that the orange one?
Correct, orange.
Thank you. So, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not done with you.
Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Police?
Yes, so you were saying various reasons besides the ditch. What are the various other reasons why the approved location didn't come up to your approval?
So you'd be talking on this one here,
The orange one, the light.
the orange one there. Okay, well, it's a very tight area. So you've got that embankment coming down.
Yep.
The Caltrans, and again,
The slope?
the slope.
Yeah. So is that a concern of yours, or what's the issue with that?
Well, I think it was just Caltrans and the concrete, and sort of everybody saying, this looks like a problematic place. Why can't you just move it?
Well, but it isn't problematic to the neighbors. It's only problematic to maybe the Public Works or
Well,
to
yes,
the-
sir. I agree that the Public Works told us that they didn't want it there. Caltrans didn't want it there.
Caltrans said that.
Well, when we approached them, they were like, well, you can put it here, but you got this concrete, you're going to
Okay,
have to
so
bust up this.
they didn't say that you couldn't put it there.
No, sir, do not let me give you that impression.
And so we're really about this little ditch, which is not, swell, valley gutter, whatever you want to call it. It's very narrow, very small. And the pole was planned to be put behind it. Is that not true, or in the middle of it? Where was the orange, light orange dot?
Maybe Olivia can give a better answer to that.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Olivia. So the problem with Candidate E, which is the orange one.
Get a little closer to the mic, please.
The problem with Candidate E, which is the site location that was approved, was that the 10-foot setback ended up right in the middle of the concrete swell. When I called Public Works to advise them and ask if we could just dig right through it, because like you said, it's not a problem to cut through concrete and just put it in there. They said absolutely not, because that was something Caltrans put there. Even though it was in public right-of-way, because Caltrans put that swell in, they would not let me break it. I couldn't go further back because that's Caltrans right-of-way, and Caltrans has a 52-foot setback requirement, which we don't have there, which I could not go into Caltrans right-of-way for that reason.
You couldn't get a variance.
I couldn't get a permit or a variance, no. I've been rejected in the past. I've permitted with Caltrans in this area. I've never gotten
So
approved. for a
explain to me why the yellow one doesn't have the same issues.
Because, so as the curve goes,
Yeah.
it's set back further, right?
Well, it's not any further from the freeway.
No, but I'm out of the concrete swell and I'm still in public right-of-way.
But I thought we're concerned about the easement, 52-foot easement. Is that what you just said there before, the reason for the light orange doesn't work?
I'm saying I can't go closer to the street for the orange one because I don't have 10 feet. I can't go further back because Caltrans won't approve me.
But we're only talking about a foot.
It's still a difference between Caltrans right-of-way and.
But are they not serving at our, I mean, I don't understand this, why this can't be put in there. If it, in fact, doesn't, I thought the view corridor had a higher respect level, and why we just can't put it where that light orange one is. If you put it like just on the outside of that swell, you're only, what's the diameter of that pipe? 6 inches?
11 inches.
11
is
inches.
The diameter of the
So we're
bottom of
talking
the
about 11 inches next to a drainage swell that
The
actually
drainage swell's
doesn't drain it.
about
Yeah,
that wide.
but the drainage swell is literally takes care of an inch of water at best, because it goes like this. It's a valley gutter, so it's only inch and a half of water. So I don't understand why you still couldn't put it just behind it. You think it's going to be, it's too close to the road or too just in their easement?
So right where we were proposing to put it, I was right inside public right-of-way. To move it out of the concrete swell back puts me in Caltrans.
And when does it become acceptable towards that yellow location? Does it eventually get so it fits? I mean,
So exactly where that yellow pin is.
the first spot?
Was the first spot. I went through from the orange pin to the yellow pin. I walked it with my stick, trying to make sure I was going to stay out of the concrete pole and find my 10 feet. I kept measuring my 10 feet back. And then even after this, what I'm not telling you is that I had my land surveyor come out after I chose this location to survey that entire area. And I said, I need 10 feet and I need to stay within public right-of-way. Where does that put me? And he says that where you're at is that's exactly where that puts you.
Explain to me your 10-foot right away.
So the 10-foot setback is a requirement from Public Works. They do not allow me to get any closer to the travel line.
Okay. And the fence is how far from the road?
The fence from the road, I want to say it's at 7 or 8 feet, so I'm about 2 or 3 feet behind the fence.
Okay, so, and the swell is just behind the fence?
And the swell is, I want to say, I can't remember exactly if I'm putting the pole right in front of it or right behind it, but I'm outside of it.
Okay. All right, well, I won't push it any longer. Thank you.
Could we pull up county staff's picture of the area that shows the additional poles? So as I look at this, I see the proposed pole on this, but then within 20 feet, there is an existing pole. Is there, with nothing on it, walk me through the logic of not just attaching this to the existing pole.
Correct, Commissioner. So as Mr. Barrett did explain, that is an Edison guide pole. So there are other wires tethered from across the street to that specific pole. And because Edison owns that pole, they do not allow us to attach to any of their poles.
But as I look at the next big pole further down, I'm seeing a radio attached like stuff, like cell phone companies. That's more than just. If I look at the pole, so if I'm counting from proposed pole to that pole, when you look down below at the very bottom of that pole there, yes, thank you for that circle. That appears to me to be radio equipment. We have, as a body, at times heard applications for cell phone towers going in on Edison poles. Could you guys walk me through the rules as to who is allowed to attach to Edison poles and who is not, and how to properly understand that issue?
Chair Miller, that's not a requirement of the county. That would be a question for the applicant.
But, so what is it that prevents you all as a public utility from attaching to this pole when cellular utilities we've seen in other parts of Montecito have been able to attach to Edison poles?
Well, SoCal Gas is not part of the joint utility. What is it? Commission, right? Joint Utility Commission. We are not part of that commission, so we don't have the luxury of applying to attach to these types of poles. All the poles that we tend to attach to that are owned by other entities or other utilities, we have separate agreements with. Apart from that, that is a distribution pole, and our equipment conflicts with being underneath those types of poles. So apart from not being able to, because Edison will not allow us to attach to distribution poles or anything like that, our equipment isn't made to be able to function the way it's supposed to, attaching so close to power lines.
And then the Edison pole that is not the distribution pole, I'll call it the petite pole. Is that, does that provide a conflict to your equipment also?
Yes, going back to the larger poles, you can't see it on there, but they have a yellow sticker on them that says high voltage.
Yes.
Anything that says high voltage, we can't get near. So, as Olivia said, those type of high voltage distribution poles, they're taken right off the map. They're not even on the table. Now, the smaller one is a guide pole. Edison still, every pole has an owner. And the owner dictates who can and cannot get on that pole. And Edison has not allowed us to get on any of their poles.
Jesus, that's a shame.
But this, okay. The degree to which I do not understand how public utilities interact with each other couldn't be overstated here. So Edison is allowing other types of utilities to attach to a pole, because I know like Cox Cable works on these poles also, and not just Edison, but that you all, because you're not part of the coalition or consortium.
Joint pole group, yeah.
Okay.
Should do.
Is the Montecito Water District also not a part of the League of Utility Companies?
League of Nations?
I can't speak to, but I want to
But is that why they are potentially locating on your, I guess what I'm trying to get at is my public policy goal is to minimize the number of poles we have.
Yes, sir.
And that I understand that you are suggesting that there is a co-location strategy that serves that public interest.
Yes, sir.
But that there is that somewhere at SoCal Edison, a decision has been made to not join the consortium. But that, is it correct to understand that there are other utilities that are also not part of the consortium, but are a part of your independent utility groupings? Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand who ends up on what pole and why.
Oh, okay, I'll try and give out a detailed explanation as best I can. And I share your frustration on a lot of this stuff, Commissioners. I mean, you know, we've gone around and around. We've tried to accommodate so many things. And I know you kind of shake your head at times going, boy, a little culvert here, a culvert there, a right-of-way this, a right-of-way that. And It's amazing. Thanks to Olivia, she's an expert on this. So getting back to the polls. Okay, so there is a large association of many, many utility companies, and that's called the Joint Pole Association.
Oh.
And it's telecom, it is Edison's, it's electric, it's the PG&Es of the world. Since we've never been pole associated except for the data collection unit project, SoCalGas never had any reason to want to be in a joint pole association. So when we began this project years ago and we went to the Joint Pole Association and with this idea of co-location, they were like, no, you're kind of foreign to us. We don't, we know telecom, we know electricity, we don't really know or want you. So we backed off and started doing our own thing. Now, whether or not other utilities, to my knowledge, we're not a member of any other group. We just reach out to individual folks like Montecito Water or other ones. In the city of Santa Barbara, we've been able to attach to city-owned light poles, but there's no wires on those. That is a street light pole. We've had good success in doing that. But other poles like this, it doesn't work. For the joint pole reason, the owner doesn't want us there, high voltage electricity. I know it doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me when I first got in this business, but after so many people telling me, sorry, we don't want you on my pole, I said, okay, I'll go my own route.
Does Caltrans preclude attaching to their light poles? Because I am seeing in the background a light pole of Caltrans.
Correct. They do not. They will not allow us to attach to any of their street light poles either.
I have a question for him.
Commissioner Pleacher.
So that leaning pole that's a support for the bigger pole across the street, looks like it's in the easement. It looks like it's part of the 52 feet or whatever it is. It's not? I mean, your location that you were approved by MBAR didn't look like it was any further back than that pole. Maybe if we had a topo map, we could see it again, but I don't understand that. That seems like that's contrary to the rules and regs that you were quoting why you couldn't do the one that was approved.
So that original location prior to this one we're proposing was pretty much in line with where that guide pole is.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was in public right of way, is what I'm saying. So it wasn't a Caltrans location pole.
But I guess my question is, why couldn't you do the same thing they're doing and put a pole like their support pole is on the freeway side of the road? I mean, is that location, where is that in reference to the approved one by MBAR, that leaning pole? Do you know?
It was further, it was closer to the freeway. It was on the other side of the swell.
And what? So the pole that you want to put up is on the other side of the swell as well, isn't it? That I'm looking at right now, that proposed?
It is out of the swell, correct.
Out? What do you mean by out?
Away from the swell.
But it's on the freeway side of the swell. Jeez.
No, it's not. It's on the street side of the swell.
Is that true? Doesn't look like it. You have a topo map again you're showing? We can look at that again. Because I thought the swell was
I think the
always
appellant had a picture of, well, the petite pole.
Jeez.
Mr. Wilson, could we pull up? Oh.
Okay, the swell looks like it's there. And inside, between the road and the pole, in both locations. So, I just don't quite understand how the approved pole is a whole lot different than either the leaning pole that holds up Edison's or the one you're going to put in. It doesn't make sense to me why it's not approvable. You're just saying because one mentioned the slope, but you also mentioned the distance from the freeway, the 52 feet or something. I mean, nobody else is adhering to what the things you're having to,
Well,
Edison's not adhering to that, what you just said.
Go ahead. The Edison pole was put in decades ago, so they're not. We don't know
Been
what
grandfathered?
We don't know what Edison's doing or not, Commissioner. I mean, really. I wish I had a better answer for you, but.
Well, I think the answer would be, why not just go ahead and put the pole where it was approved and live with it, put it back on this side of the, like everybody else's pole is, on the freeway side of the ditch.
Well, we
Would be
went.
done.
We went and tried to do that, but with the concrete and other things.
Well, but not in the concrete, just right behind it. How is that any different than the other poles that exist? I don't understand.
Commissioner, again, putting it south of that swell in the other
Yes.
approved location puts me in Caltrans right away.
I know, but everybody's in Caltrans right away.
But those are grandfathered locations.
Grandfather, cousin, aunts, I don't really care. I don't understand why we just can't go ahead and put it in. Well, all right. This seems ludicrous, but I'll stop.
Go ahead. Oh, excuse me. Commissioner Sanara, please. Okay. I am curious, does SoCal Gas have a policy on pole sharing with other utilities? Given that you are not a part of the consortium, is this if this pole goes in, would you would not be required to share this pole with anyone else except at your discretion? Or how does the process of Montecito Water District potentially adding things in the future, or a utility that is as of yet undefined wanting to add something in the future?
Yeah, a good question. So obviously, we want to be good citizens and do what's best for the community. Joint polls are the best way to do that. We, as SoCal Gas, looks for other utilities that are compatible with our system. If you were to put a large, dish up there or some other type of telecom, probably wouldn't be compatible. Water districts using relatively the same similar technology, good fit. So there's kind of a process of getting to know one another to see what works best and who doesn't work best. It's kind of a case-by-case basis, depending on the type of equipment, the size of the equipment. There's loading requirements, engineering requirements, wind requirements. So whoever can best fit on, we would talk to.
Okay. Commissioner Senar?
So question, if you didn't have others co-locating on that pole, you have MWD, once it goes through, it's sort of a placeholder, right? The 34 feet. If you didn't, what would the pole height be?
Well, 29 feet, I think, would be a good number.
Okay, do you anticipate at that height of 34 feet any other co-location equipment other than MWD that could fit there?
I don't believe so. We've never been approached by anybody but Montecito Water. So I guess the answer right now would be no.
So
I don't anticipate anything.
So it wouldn't accommodate more, or it could accommodate more if someone.
Oh boy, that's a good question. Again, space is limited on a pole. You have to leave enough space for somebody in a bucket truck or a pole climber to get up there to service anything you need. There's loading requirements, engineering, wind requirements. Again, if it's kind of a small installation compatible with us, it can probably work. But if it's a big piece of equipment, no, just wouldn't fit.
Did you look at, I know you're talking about the distribution of the homes there and the condos or whatever they are. Being higher up Ortega Hill, would that be helpful out of this public safety sort of, I mean, the considerations that the appellant has and bikers and all? Did you, besides looking at this stretch, the 55 feet, did you look to see if maybe height on the, up higher on the south rather than the north, because there's that, but the height seems to be a preference, right? You've got a big pole, a tall pole, you're trying to achieve height, so it achieves your connectivity. But did you look to see, because it's very treed up there, and it does go into Summerlin quickly, but do you have other poles up there or that you could co-locate with, or, I mean, that you could add to your existing poles there?
Yeah, yeah, it's another, okay, I'm going to get more into the weeds here when we're talking about this, because now you're talking about ring circles, and we go out, and we take an area like Montecito, and we map it with ring circles. And we have parameters. One of the goals is to have as few poles as possible.
Sure.
So we look for areas that do go up high. The only problem with Ortega Hill is it's so loaded with eucalyptus trees and pine trees, etc., that hill doesn't really work. Now, if you go back more into Summerlin on the back side, where it opens up and there's no trees, we've got a pole over there. The problem is it doesn't reach our customers, your residents, on the Sheffield area. So when we do the ring circles to try and map out, we try and pick locations where we can max out.
Understood.
And this is how we originally got together with Montecito Water, is, they've got properties that are high up because water is a gravity utility. So we were able to put some of our data collection units on their property, and that began our relationship with them. So am I answering your question? I mean, I don't want to get too technical, but I hope I'm answering all your questions.
So have the commissioners asked all the questions of the appellant or applicant that they would like to?
Except the color of the pole, because didn't MBAR say it would be green? Wasn't that their final determination?
Commissioner Center, through the chair. No, MBAR's final determination was brown for the equipment.
Okay, so we're talking green now. So we would diverge from their authority and their final determination that it was to be brown. And you've had discussions with the applicant and the appellant about the twig you showed, or the little, a more browny green or greeny brown, and how we could basically address that here. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
So what I'd like to do, well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I just have one more view of the original map you put up that showed all the colors, the orange and that's kind of too intense? Okay, so the original approved one that's that light orange, was there nobody complaining about that as far as neighbors? It didn't block anybody's view or anything?
That's correct. At the MBAR meeting, this was ultimately decided that the neighbors involved, this was an acceptable location.
But the majesty of the Caltrans Department of Easements said that didn't work for them. You couldn't put it 51 feet from the freeway instead of 52.
And County Public Works.
Well, yeah, that reminds me, is that ditch, is that, it looks so small. I'm just trying to figure out the significance of that thing.
Commissioner, through the chair, I'm not necessarily sure if the significance is a question that I can answer. What I can say is the applicant won't be able to move forward with a project description that County Public Works does not approve, and they cannot move forward with a public project description that Caltrans does not approve, considering it's within those easements. So yes, it might not
Okay.
even serve a function, but they wouldn't be able to move forward with anything
Okay.
without their approval.
One question then the applicant, did you go back to Caltrans and ask permission to be 50.5 feet from there?
No, I did not.
Yeah, because it seems like to block this view of this historical house and Caltrans, who are they? I mean, we know what they are, but it's
Well,
not a
so
person.
I do want to clarify, it's 52 feet setback from the beginning of their right-of-way. So I would have to be 52 feet back from where their right-of-way starts, behind where that orange pin is. And there isn't 52 feet back there because the wall's there.
Yeah, but there's nothing between the 52 feet of where this pole is going to go and that wall. There's nothing there. Then there won't be anything there. So a variance would be, I would think, pretty simple to get.
It's not that simple. Commissioner, I apologize. I know it's frustrating. I've tried. It's not from lack of trying.
I thought you just said you didn't try.
Not here. I've tried it for many other sites where this is not the same circumstance, but other areas where I'm trying to put a pole on a rural Caltrans road.
So the MBAR approved it not knowing that there was a little valley gutter
Correct.
2 or 3 feet wide. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is, I have only 2 public comments slips in there from Mr. Mahoney and Ms. Gutierrez. I assume that as applicants, you are not also public comment. Is that correct? Okay, so with that, Mr. Villalobos, are there public comments online or speaker slips that I have not looked at in the box? But Mr. Well, we're then going to go back to the appellant and applicant rebuttals. And so what I'd like to do is hustle us through the public comment period to get back to that. But I want to verify indeed we are past public comment.
It's a quick hustle. We have no speakers.
Thank you very much. Appreciate allowing me to hustle. So with that, we would like to turn it over to the appellant for their rebuttal. And if we could, Mr. Villalobos, put 5 minutes up on the clock. Thank you. So, Mr. Barrett, this is your time.
Thank you again. Thank you again, commissioners, for your time. What I neglected to say, I'm going to go up here and point it out.
Mr. Barrett, we need to get you a microphone just because whatever you're saying needs to be on the record. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Villalobos has a
So in that
has a
area, I
mic
just-
for you to
Oh, okay.
to be able to talk and point.
Ah, cool. All right. Thank you very much. We don't have this at the sanitary district.
Yeah, well, this is
Okay.
county government. We're fancy
This
folks.
is essentially Ortega Ridge right here, coming down. Sheffield turn right there. So right here, 1, 2, 3, there are 3 cell towers right here. One of them is Sprint. Jason Feist, that lives in this house, is in the telecommunications business. The Sprint pole itself is actually electrified. It doesn't have solar panels, and it's been there for 25 years. It's not active. It hadn't been active probably in 20 years. Probably with Caltrans and their right-of-ways and their attorneys now, you can't, if you are given a site within their setbacks, you probably can't reassign that. But I don't know if anybody's looked at that Sprint pole, because it is probably 35, 40 feet tall. It's metal, to see if it could be acquired. And it's out of everybody's way. It doesn't need solar panels. It's already installed. It's electrified. And I don't know what the other 2 poles are, but they're all within the Caltrans right-of-way there, the setback. And so I don't know if SoCal or the Water District has looked at that. It's hard to see these. You drive by them when you go up the hill, but you're watching, make sure you don't hit somebody on a bicycle. So maybe, does this work too? Okay. So in any case, I neglected to say that. Also, it's going to become more and more into our view corridor. Those tall trees that we have there, I've had arborists out there. Those are some of the oldest pittosporum in the Santa Barbara County. I don't know how old they are, 45 years old. They're dying out. I've already lost 3. It's about $1,000 a pop to take them down. The more of those that we lose, the more and more that location is going to be just right in front of our eyeball. I'm going to be in the same situation that Jason Feist is with his living room, looking straight at the pole. So I just want to bring that up. Right now it's great, but they're getting weak, and there's no way to save them. They're just too old. But I just thought those 3 poles would be something for someone to investigate, just to see if that Sprint pole that's no longer active, if that site could be purchased or conveyed or leased or whatever the, business may be to acquire it and use that location because it's already set up. Those are the 2 things I had. Thank you.
With that, it is the chance for the applicant's rebuttal, in 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Tim Mahoney back. We always look for other areas when we're doing the mapping that I told you about earlier. We're trying to do the ring circles. We try and find anywhere where we can co-locate. But there's a bunch of trees over there. Our equipment doesn't do well in trees. You can't get good reads. Maybe there's electricity there. Maybe there isn't. I don't know. In dealing in the past, and Olivia has put poles up all over Southern California, we don't own that pole. So now you've got to go find the pole owner and try and convince them that we should. It's really difficult. It normally never works. So, in a perfect world, sure, we'd find places and co-locate and we wouldn't have to worry. But that just it's not how it works in the utility business, unfortunately. The idea of, again, the view shed. Now, the adobe that Mr. Barrett has, the side of the adobe that faces where our pole is a solid wall. So it's not quite the same as Jason's living room, which is a window. That's a solid wall, and then it has a very nice balcony that you walk out onto. And then if you look over here from the 2nd floor balcony, yeah, you can see the top of the pole, but we're going to paint it and it's going to blend in. So I don't really feel that the view shed is going to be that ruined. And those trees are gorgeous. They could last another 50 years. It's a great place for a pole. It works for everyone. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of the top of the pole that is visible from Mr. Barrett's house. But besides that, it's a great location for the customers in the pole. And we've really exhausted all of our other things that we've tried to do. But again, as the staff report says, we can't go forward with things that don't work for Public Works. We can't go forward with things that don't work for Caltrans. It's, everybody gets involved in these things, and this is the spot that works. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanauer?
I have a question for staff, please. Do we have a letter from Public Works stating, like we do with certificates of water, et cetera, do we have, other than the verbal back and forth and the conversations, do we have anything from them that we can look at as to their determination that this is a no-go?
Commissioner, through the chair, we don't have anything that from Public Works that states that location E, the light orange, is not approvable. I do have conversation with Public Works that states that location F, yellow, is not an issue. But no, to answer your question, I don't have any written confirmation from Public Works in the record that states they cannot put it there.
To me, that would be helpful. Conversations are one thing, but I think documentation and a letter that is required by other utilities, et cetera, and agencies, it would be helpful in the future. Thank you.
I'm curious as to the 3 poles that the appellant mentioned. Am I my looking at a map suggests that that is on public, those poles would also be on public property?
Chair Miller, I would agree with your assumption. I haven't had time to look at that location, but based on where it is.
And so in that regard, the poles they may be privately held, but are permitted. In this particular moment, in this, a single pole is not the basis for rewriting public policy. But I think for us at the Planning Commission, we have a vested interest in limiting the number of poles throughout the community as on the basis of aesthetics. As I look at this map and hearing that there are 3 additional poles, this is a highly poled neighborhood. And what are the public policy tools to encourage community attitudes towards sharing poles? So like if indeed, would there be a situation where we would be able to see who owns that pole and understand, and not just in this particular case, but understanding for the future, is there a process by which utilities that are trying to add new poles have to first make sure that none of the surrounding poles everybody that owns the surrounding poles have been consulted and they've been turned down? I guess what I'm trying to get at is that it seems like as a process, they should be asked to share with someone else before they get to install their own. And it sounds like while that may be because they're not part of the consortium, that has limited some of the poles, but not necessarily all of the poles. And so I guess I'm curious, is there a planning process of prove to us that all of the poles in a 100-yard area are indeed off limits to you kind of thing?
Chair Miller, we have policies which state that if you can co-locate, you should. We also have within the code different tiers of permit level, basically saying if you're coming in with a brand new pole and it's going to be this tall and it's going to be in this location, you have a higher level of review. We have lower level of reviews for co-located equipment. So we do have stuff within the code that would incentivize operators to co-locate, but I do not believe we have a requirement to state you have to put your equipment on this neighboring pole.
Okay, and so I want to say that I like to start with assumptions of good faith, but that if SoCal Gas permits this pole, and then once they have it, become, let's presume, a change in existing staff who have been very flexible, and they decide they never want to co-locate with anyone else ever again, is there anything in our permitting process that requires the existing pole owner to be amenable to co-location? Ideally, what we want as a public policy matter is our existing poles to be as fully co-located as possible.
Chair Miller, yes. So we do have a condition, and it is applied to this project for co-location. And it basically states that any other carriers, if they show in good faith that they can and should co-locate with, this pole, that SoCalGas, the applicant, would have to take that into consideration. That condition is a little unique most times when the proposal, the equipment takes up the entirety of the pole. This one does not. It leaves space to be co-located. So this condition is very applicable in this situation because they're saying, yes, we understand that you want us to co-locate and we are leaving space to do so.
Of the 3 mystery poles, the 3 kind of Sylvan in the woods poles, do any of them have a similar condition? Is this a language that the county planning staff has used for some time?
Chair Miller, yes, it is standard language that we've used, but I can't speak to if this those sites have that language. I would have to do more research.
I guess I'd like to emphasize that I think you guys have done a great job. And so coming up with things that you have not done, I want to preface this by saying I appreciate what you have done in terms of working on this project. But I, for one, find myself very curious as to whether or not the mystery polls have a duty to try and accommodate SoCal Gas.
Mr. Chair, if in fact those poles were developed 25 years ago, it's highly unlikely that that condition is put on those projects.
So is there a rough over-under as to when that condition started showing up? Like, okay.
The telecom ordinance has been evolving pretty dramatically over time, so it's hard to say when that came into effect.
Okay.
And just to be clear, the Edison poles out there do not have this condition on them. We do not have the ability to require permits for Edison poles.
And I do understand that. It sounded like these were, at least judging by where the Edison poles seem to be going, that these seem to be non-Edison poles, and so.
So, ask you again, Katie, so these mystery poles, are we aware of those things existing near that Ortega Ridge tributary off of Sheffield there? Were you aware of those poles being there? The appellant was just now discussing.
Commissioner, the ones along the Highway 101, is that what you're referring to?
No, those, the old poles that he was saying that exist and that.
Closer to Summerland?
Yes, those there.
I mean,
yeah, that wasn't part of your study.
As a person in the community, yes, but it was not included in the application as a potential location.
And I know he talked about interference of trees, but in fact, if he's just worried about going to the west and the north, as long as you could possibly use those trees if you trim the trees, use those poles. But I don't know whether it's worth, dragging this thing out any further. But I just hate the idea of just deciding that the only place that works is where we have a view corridor. So I guess I'll just drop it and let you decide what to do next.
Commissioner Felice, this is this is not how this process works. We are 3 votes, and we each must come to our own judgment and opinion on this matter. But I appreciate your deference for sure. So I think that commissioners, have we covered the questions for staff, the applicant, and the appellant? And would we like to go into a deliberative stage?
I just have one last question to clarify. So to incentivize and to encourage co-locating on the owner's poles, except for Edison, right? It is not a mandate that they must do so. It's a request that they do so. Is that correct? It's not, okay.
Commissioner, through the chair, yes, that's correct. It's an incentive through the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Well, with that, I would like to move it on to deliberations. Let's start with Commissioner Senauer, in terms of where your mind is at on this topic.
I guess in that the view shed was respected on a lot of these sites, okay? MBAR heard them, there were a lot of letters, there were a lot of people, please move it, it's this. And then we got to D, and it's a good location, correct? The respect, there was no easement, right-of-way, Caltrans, there were no problems with that site, is that correct? 0.
Correct.
Okay. And then the consideration, the view corridor of the property owner across the way was respected. Okay, so it was moved. And the property owner, the appellant, has the same concerns of his view. But it's not considered, the weight is not the same, right? I mean, all those were moved with input from the community. It just is offensive. Please move it. And you got to a location where it really worked, and then a homeowner said, yeah, it's not going to work. Please respect my view. And yet with the appellant, yeah, it lands here, there's some trees, yeah, it'll be if they die, you know, that sort of thing, we'll repaint it. But it's just, to me, it's just not consistent. You can't go on forever looking for a pole site, I understand. But it just sort of ends there, right? He's, you know, he's saying, well, you know, I guess that's, if it has to be, it has to be. Anyway, I'm conflicted on that. That portion. Public safety also is a concern. It's much safer in D, generally. It's a straightaway for the most part, but it doesn't wrap around like that S-curve. So I'll leave that right now. Those are my sort of comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Setower. Commissioner Felice?
I kind of wish we had more information. I don't understand why we can't at least request that location, the light orange to Caltrans. They've made so many modifications to that intersection already that are not in accordance with their ordinances or their specifications. There's so many exceptions, and why 1 foot makes a big difference to them. I think that you should be able to request this. So I personally would, I hate to say this after 2 hours of talking about it, I'd soon stall and get more information about those old poles and if those trees are gonna die, just other possibilities. I just hate caving in to every public agency that has little or no interest in this view corridor, but are choosing to block a corridor because they won't adjust or modify their distance. So there's nothing going to happen between that new freeway and that location that was chosen. That 50 feet wouldn't work. So I don't know who we convince, but I wish we could.
Thank you, Mr. Felice, or Commissioner Felice. I understand that there is a public interest need for this type of advanced metering reading to exist, but I do believe it is in the public interest to exhaust all co-location opportunities that exist in the area first, and that I am leaning towards a continuance that would come back and have affirmative establishment of that all co-location opportunities have been exhausted previously.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I kind of see where this is going, and I'm also looking in the future.
Yes.
We have a number of projects that are coming, significant projects. I know this is important to the appellant. I'm concerned about agenda management to continue this item. It's within your discretion if you wanted to continue this item. However, I think it might be worthwhile to hear from the applicant. Part of what the commission is before you today is just to make a decision on the project as proposed. If the commission feels that they can't make the findings on the project as proposed today, then we can continue it and come back with findings for denial, or you can take actions as proposed by staff on the project that's proposed. What I'm hearing the commission talking about is a different project, and that would require the applicant to voluntarily amend their project to move the pole. So it isn't before the commission today to move the pole. So what's before the commission today is the project as proposed. So
Mr. Wilson, just to thread the needle a little more nuanced than that, I am not necessarily proposing moving the pole. I am proposing a scenario in which, in the record, it's established that in a circle, let's call it a half a kilometer around the proposed proposed site, that there are indeed no co-location opportunities available to them, which is, and the idea is that if indeed that is the case, then for us to not to have made a denial of this, but to have that within the record prior to approval of this, that as a commissioner, my bias is towards the affirmative establishment that co-location is just not possible. And it sounds like that has been determined for the SoCal Edison polls, but not necessarily for these other polls. Is that accurate?
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just restate what I heard you say. I think what you're saying is that to help make the findings, you would like to have information related to the opportunity or lack of opportunity to co-locate within a certain area. Is that what it?
That is correct. I am one commissioner, though, so I want to be very careful that I'm not mavericking on a, okay.
So
I agree with you.
having said that, then the commission, again, options are you can continue it saying you're unable to make the findings unless you have this information, or you can say we can unable to make the findings, so we recommend denial and continue it for coming back with findings for denial, or you can move to approve the project. I don't know if that information is going to change anything other than to add information into the record. But I would like to take a quick break, commissioners, before we actually make a motion.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
And then talk to the applicants.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Please.
You ask a question, then we'll take a 5-minute break.
The request would be to the applicant to revise their project. Or is that correct?
So, Mr. Chair and
We don't condition it.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, so the applicant has put forth the project description that you're considering today. If the commission is leaning towards a change in that project description, then that's for the applicant to voluntarily change that. We won't change the project description on a condition. So the commission's burden today is to make the findings, to either approve it, or if you can't make those findings, then continue it for denial. If there's additional information that would assist in making those findings, you can continue it and request that information. The applicants may want a decision today, so I'd like to take a quick break and communicate with the applicants on a communication, and if we can get that information and possibly bring it back on the 18th. I don't think a delay on this is appropriate, being that I think we have all the information before us today, but I'd like to take a quick break.
It is my goal as a public policy matter that that the addition of new polls, regardless of when this in Montecito, is the last step in a process of that. It seems, to the extent that large utilities talking to each other is a little bit like porcupines mating in terms of it's a hard thing to make happen, to the extent that getting new polls to be a harder thing to happen, not saying no, but that to encourage the co-location function is the goal I wish to have come out of this, which is different than a denial.
So, Mr. Chair, let's, again, I'd like to take a quick break to...
Let's take a 5-minute break. Three is company, apparently, if we're short on commissioners. Okay, we are back. If the applicant would come back up, if that's all right, I think that we'd like to have further conversation about understanding both our request and kind of where this is headed. So our request is an understanding of what are co-location possibilities for the poles that have not been discussed, and understanding whether or not they're part of the utility joint, the consortium, yeah.
Am I on? Okay, so I believe you're talking about the Edison poles, which are there, and we know those are off the table, right?
No.
Now you're talking about some other supposed poles that are over here somewhere in that lower portion?
We're talking about poles that would be, our understanding is they're poles that are due east of the yellow dot, that they are poles that are that we all affirmatively know exist, but are of unknown ownership and co-locatability, if to invent a term.
Well, as far as co-locatability, we're not part of any group that has those type of poles. So I know what you folks want to get some affirmative action from SoCal Gas. I don't think we can deliver that. I'm sorry to say. You know, we've reached out all over the area here. We've looked at many things. Trees don't work for us. We don't know if there's power over there. We don't know the sun capability of
respectfully, when you
screens.
presented this pole to us, when you first presented it, you characterized it as you were attempting to nestle it in among the trees to hide it from. Now, those trees have subsequently come down in terms of how Caltrans has handled the right-of-way, but when you gave your presentation earlier, I heard you say, and it was said respectfully, and I appreciate it, but that you were wanting this pole to be in and among the trees that were previously there. So
yeah, yes, sir. I said that.
And that where I'm going with this is that if you haven't surveyed these other poles that may be open to co-locatability, and the vegetation around it has, I understand if the vegetation affirmatively precludes it, but it feels like unless these poles have been reviewed, it is a question that currently does not have an answer. The answer may be what you're saying, and I'm not trying to deny that, but it appears to me that the question is an open question right now about the level of vegetation and the ability to connect on these. Is that if that is incorrect, if you all have done the affirmative work on these three poles, then I have a very different approach.
Commissioners, I would like to say, when we went out originally with the appellant and Mr. Feist to look for a different location, this was when we were moving from candidate D over to the east. We were out in the field with them, as well as, you know, a manager and an engineer from our team. At that time, they did suggest nestling up into those poles. You know, it was brought up, excuse me, it was brought up back then. Our engineer, who is part of the site survey team at that time, and it hasn't changed, told us that location wouldn't work because of the trees. The solar panel would get no sun in that area. Even if we were allowed to co-locate on those poles, they're so in the trees that our solar panel would be blocked by the vegetation.
Has the vegetation, when you were doing that initial survey, this area was also much more treed, and that subsequently, as part of Caltrans' expansion of the freeway, they have come in and dramatically changed the vegetation. And so are your comments, would they be equally applicable today as they were at the time of the survey? And is that a known thing?
I can't speak because I haven't been back out there with my engineer to look at what the landscaping looks like today.
So where I am trying to take this conversation is if indeed you are establishing with us that this is an unacceptable area, that the current pole owners are indeed not open to co-location, and that we do need to find a location for you for a new pole. That is a different matter than those questions have been uninvestigated, but that we would like to locate this pole here because we have an appellant and we have a view shed issue that we need to be responsive to. So our goal is to thread the needle of a win for everyone on this.
So as Tim mentioned earlier, whether or not those poles were abandoned or not abandoned or whoever owns them, I believe the appellant mentioned, Mr. Feist said it was previously a Sprint pole. It could still be a Sprint or, T-Mobile pole, whoever owns it. We're not part of any group that will allow us to attach to their poles. We cannot co-locate with any poles that are part of the joint utility.
But respectfully, do you know whether these poles are a part of that group? Because it's quite possible these poles are, say, owned by American Tower. I'm just inventing a name. I don't know. But that they're in the business of owning towers and leasing them, leasing space on them to cell phone providers, and they are kind of a third-party tower owner. Now,
so you are correct. I have not investigated that.
And so I think that knowing the answers to those questions would inform my vote in terms of trying to balance it against the public interest of the view shed. And that's what I'm asking for. My view is to take a continuance to be able to better understand that.
I would also like to add, though, I'm pretty much as far east as I can go. Continuing to move east starts to compromise my network. Now, I'm not saying that those poles are so far east, it's a done deal.
Let's find out.
But I am explaining that, I am very limited. And in terms of doing the homework to find out who owns the poles, it's not something, I don't know that I have the bandwidth.
It is our belief that this land here is in the public right-of-way. It's not privately held, at least I don't know that conclusively, but if indeed these are poles that are privately owned on public land, that should be a documented kind of status. I don't
know if those poles are in public right away.
Ms. Nall, do you?
Yeah, Chair Miller. So we haven't done deep research on it, but I can confirm it is a Sprint pole. One of them is mapped within our system. That is a Sprint pole.
Commissioner Police.
While you're still here, now, oops, what happened to that map? Did it disappear? Can we have that map back up again?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, according to our records, we do have information for the one pole that Katie mentioned. We don't have any assurance that there's 3 poles there.
Okay, can I have that map back up? Who took that down again? No. What was there and someone took it down, that's all. Just put it back. There you go. Okay. So I want to ask you guys this question. The dark orange near the intersection or the 3-way stop there, and then the approved location of the lighter orange, there is an area from the lighter orange going back to the west that is not in anyone's corridor, and I'm curious on why that wasn't chosen, because the 52 feet becomes larger. I mean, there's a bigger easement. See where the yellow part of the line starts on the freeway, the road itself? If you go to that area where the trees on the north side of Jamison come over the road, there's a location there that doesn't block anyone's corridor, and it has the 52 feet, and you could put it behind the curb, behind the valley gutter. I don't know why that wasn't chosen, why you chose the one that was in the corridor, the site corridor. You know what I'm saying? It's maybe if you went 20, 30 feet to the west of the light orange one.
Commissioner, so when we chose the light orange location, it was a group effort between the residents that we met with that day and SoCal Gas. They were not interested in trying to put it any closer.
Well, I know, but you remove that location eventually to go to the other way where the yellow one is, which is in a corridor, as opposed to going to the west in a spot that wasn't in the corridor, someone's corridor, and would have the required 52 feet and have the 10-foot easement by being behind that concrete valley gutter. So I don't understand. I think you can have the best of both worlds if you went about 20 feet to the west there.
You know, I can't really give you a straight answer. All I can tell you is that when we met with the residents, they preferred us going further east. So when
Further east in the orange, the light orange?
At the time we met the very first time, they preferred us to be further east. So
I know, from the intersection.
Even from the light orange, because I remember discussions at the time, they were encouraging us to go towards that one sprint.
Who's they?
The residents we met with,
Did you
which
meet
is
with
the appellant and Mr. Feist.
Well, that's not consistent with what he's been saying.
I understand that, but because now it's in his, now the proposed location is in his view shed.
I know, but didn't you just say that you proposed that location?
I didn't.
And everybody approved it?
I
including him?
proposed the light orange
Okay,
location.
all right, I understand that. Everybody liked that, but the Public Works didn't. So in order to keep what everybody likes, you would probably go to the west of that location, not to the east.
Truthfully, the reason I went east was because when I had met with them the first time, they wanted me to go as far east as possible. I honestly didn't think this location would be an issue.
But if you could put it 20 feet to the west of the light orange, would that be acceptable to you?
If I had the right of way,
Okay.
and if I stayed out of the
Right.
Caltrans, and if I
Right.
had the
Okay, so
10
to
feet
me, that's worth
setback.
finding out. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think that we need to land the plane here. So I would entertain a motion on this topic.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before you entertain a motion, I don't think we've answered the question and we may want to bring the applicant up and limit their response.
Okay.
I think the commission's leaning towards a continuance, asking for more information, but I think it'd be worth hearing from the appellants if they're willing to amend their project description or do more research. If they're not, then it puts it on the commission to make a decision on the project as proposed.
Okay.
The applicant.
The applicant.
So if the applicant does not want to amend their project description, because I think the continuance is to look at other locations, look for more information. If the applicant is unwilling to do those things, then the commission should just act on the project as proposed today and not hypothetical projects. So then that means that you can either move to approve the project as outlined by staff or direct staff to come back with the findings for denial. Staff has indicated they could come back in September with those findings for denial.
Okay.
And then we would be done with this.
Understood. Okay. Could we request that the applicant come back up? We are, as Mr. Wilson has just rather thoughtfully articulated, for you all as the applicant, what is your interest in further research in order to better inform us about why this location should be approved? Question one. Question two, your interest in examining a location that would be not too far away from the letter P on the site description of light orange spot E. So somewhere around P and that N, and is that right, what you were talking about? And so examining that as a location as part of a continuance versus having the commission render a judgment today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. So we have presented a very solid proposal here today, a very good, sound project that's there, staff report we're supporting to deny the appeal. You know, with all due respect, we think you should make a decision today, sir. And because you're asking us, everything that you're asking, we've already done.
Respectfully, sir.
So I just think that the commission can make a decision, and we can come back. We can make more polls. We'll do the best we can to accommodate. But this is the best we've got right now.
Respectfully, my question about the Sprint poll, I don't believe you have answered or examined, but if you are saying that you are not inclined to do that research and that you are asking for a decision from us today, I can respect that.
Well, I've done the research, sir. We're not members of a joint poll group.
But you don't know that this poll is, sir, and that's where I've heard your explanation, but we also don't know that the poll being discussed.
So
is.
if it is a member of the joint poll, you would then say, let's go. That you would agree with me, and we'd all put a poll in. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm saying that if the inability to co-locate on the existing polls is just not there, then at least I can't speak for the other commissioners that I am prepared to agree to a new poll. But my preference when there is a question of the view shed is that to be clear that we have exhausted all co-location opportunities in a way that wouldn't diminish a historic viewshed first. But it's not clear to me that the research to be established that all of those opportunities have been exhausted is, as of this moment, complete.
I believe Katie just mentioned that poll is a Sprint poll. Katie, is that correct?
But what you're suggesting is that there's unclear as to whether there's 2 additional polls in that area, correct?
It is unclear to me from what I remember being out there. I don't remember seeing 3 polls. I remember the 1 poll.
And
that is a poll Katie's referring to. That is a Sprint poll. And being that it's a Sprint poll, it's part of the joint joint poll association, which then means that we cannot co-locate on that poll.
Can I say something?
Commissioner Police, please go ahead.
While you're still there, now I thought about 10 minutes ago, you said that if that location that I was suggesting, which was west of the first approved location, the light orange, if it didn't, compromise easements or compromise the ditch location, and all it is moving it so it's no longer in a view corridor, that would accomplish your needs as well as the neighbor's needs. And that is just a matter of moving a pole that you haven't put in the ground yet, 20 feet west.
Commissioner, thank you so much for bringing that up. I'm really glad you did, because as I was sitting there and kind of mulling over that location, I remembered that when I went out with my surveyor to survey the location number E that was approved, I don't have enough requirement. There's not enough county setback for me to have the 10 feet I need.
Why not? Because you have a greater distance. You have more than 52 feet. As you see that the Caltrans easement, only goes 52 feet. So there is easement behind that fence that would accommodate what you need to do. I don't understand why.
But I'm working on installing in the public right-of-way, in the county's public right-of-way. I don't have that there.
No, but if the Caltrans right-of-way is usable, if it's beyond 52 feet, so you're looking at 52 feet to probably 58 feet, a location you could put it in.
Commissioner,
So
the
Chair and
52
Commissioners,
feet-
if I could interrupt, I think we've asked and answered this multiple times today, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I think we've reached a point, and we've asked the applicant if they want to make changes or do further research. But I'll make this clear, there's a project proposed, and the commission's asking about items that are not proposed.
I understand that, but the question, whether they understand this, because he made the point, either give us what we want or go away. And I'm saying, well, if we decide we don't we vote it down, there is a third option, which we're suggesting, to spend another month finding out other possible locations. That's better than saying no to them, don't you think?
Chair and Commissioner Puliche, those are all options. But as we are now, that's up to the applicants if they want to pursue that. If they want to pursue the project as proposed, then the commission has the discretion to take the action. Otherwise, we continue to debate projects that aren't before you.
Commissioner Senauer.
To dot the I on this, what's before us is the appeal or the project?
Mr. Commissioner and Madam Senauer corrected that one. Commissioner Senauer through the chair. Two items are before you. You have an appeal of the project, and then you have review of the project on a de novo matter. So you have both items before you, so you need to take action on the appeal, which is either to uphold or deny the appeal, and then the other action is to either approve or deny the project. So if you want to deny the project, then the direction is going to be to staff to come back with findings to uphold the appeal and deny the project. So we're not able to do that today, and staff saying that they can have that prepared by September 18th. Otherwise, your action today could be to deny the appeal and approve the project.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to take another sentiment check of the commissioners. Where are people, if indeed if a continuance was on the table, would you all be interested in a continuance with more information? And would you realistically be willing to consider location F again, or is location F not a consideration in your minds?
I would definitely be persuaded to have a continuance. That's what I wanted anyway.
Right.
So that's where I'm at,
Okay.
plain and simple.
Commissioner Senauer, I think that the applicant is looking for guidance about, like, if location F is just off the table, then let's do the denial, not, stretch it out. But if location F is, with further information, you could be convinced that location F is indeed the right location, is that a thing you would consider? I feel like this informs the continuation versus a up or down vote.
Yes, I agree. I believe we have to have, to make a decision and to deliberate appropriately, I would like to have additional information, which we have asked for, and the applicant feels that this is sort of it. Is that correct?
Well, thank you again for clarifying that, Mr. Chairman. We need as much direction, specific direction, as you can give us. When you say, is F off the table, yes or no, then we have specific information. If you want me to contact, I guess it's Sprint, and ask them if we can co-locate, I need that specific direction. So I'm just trying to accommodate what the commission would like to help us get through the process.
This continues to, we seem to somehow continue to create ambiguity here. So I think,
so Chair,
at this point, I would like to look, I will be looking for a motion from commissioners on.
So Chair, I need a Snickers bar, but.
I can appreciate that greatly, sir.
So to move this forward, and I'm looking to staff and the applicant, but what we need is a date. Because I'm hearing continuance. My recommendation is that you provide a motion. Here's a recommendation. The commission could recommend to continue this item and provide direction to staff to work with the applicant for specific information, and also direct staff to come back with findings for denial. So then everything's on the table the next time we come back, and then we can take an action.
Mr. Wilson, I am, like you, in terms of trying to read the room, think that seems like a denial might be what we can, but I'm not, we have not put this to an up or down vote by the commission yet. So, I mean, I think that if I've heard this correctly, the commissioner's inclination on this is a continuance first, but if that is indeed what's not, then I think we should be clear about where this is likely to fall. Do you get what I'm saying? Is that
So Chair and Commissioners, it seems like we're unable to make a decision today, so it seems like there is some information leaning towards a recommendation for denial. And if you, I'm concerned that we're punting the ball down the field to keep using, I'm using metaphors like Commissioner or Chair.
Rubbing off on you, Mr.
It's your
Wilson.
discretion. I'm providing guidance on how to move this project forward. The commission's under your discretion to continue the item, ask for more information. More than likely, it would come back and you're not going to get that information. We'll have to continue it again for findings for denial if you're not satisfied with that response. So that is the likely outcome of what could happen.
So you're suggesting that we, even if we go with a continuance, that we also ask for drafting of findings of denial? Not that we have come to that conclusion, but that we have those at the end of the continuance as one option for our vote. Am I?
Chair and Commissioners, that is correct.
Okay, understood. So, I think we can draft that into a motion of looking for a continuance, but asking staff to draft recommendations for denial, and that I think we can then be clear about what information we're further seeking. And so, with that crafting, I'm looking to one of you two to make that as a motion.
So Chair and Commissioners, to help with the motion, could be that the commission continues this item to September 18th and provide direction to staff to work with the applicants on obtaining information in regards to co-locating on that Sprint pole and co-locating on those 3 poles.
Up to 3, yeah.
The 3 poles and that location that Commissioner Puliche has talked about, to come back with that information and also to prepare draft findings for denial at the September 18th hearing.
Yes.
Excellent. I would ask for one more ask, is that we have a document, a letter from Public Works as to their findings that it's impossible to put in another location, or this location, the problem location. Why? Correct? Yes.
So Commissioner Sinara, through the chair, part of the motion would be to have staff coordinate with Public Works on providing documentation information regarding the easement and availability. Right now, I can't commit to what that would look like, so we need to coordinate with Public Works first. So I can't direct them to do something.
And how about Caltrans? Do we want any info from them?
Well, I think that Public Works has that information. They'll know the easements better than the applicant, so they'll be able to tell us the right-of-way part of Public Works. So is that a motion we are putting forth here?
Do we want it written up quickly?
No.
No, written up.
So I can restate the motion if you'd like.
Go ahead.
The recommended motion could be to continue this item to September 18th with direction to staff to coordinate with the applicants on the ability to co-locate on the 3 poles in that vicinity, and to also explore the feasibility of a relocation as indicated by Commissioner Puliche along that Jameson Road next to the light orange pin on the map, on the screen. And also to coordinate with the Department of Public Works in regards to the easement and location of the poles in or out of those easements, and provide whatever documentation that's available at that time.
Aye.
And to direct staff to come back with draft findings for denial.
Mr. Villalobos, would you
So
do a
we
roll-
just need, that was a recommendation? so
Oh,
we just need-
recommendation. So
We just
does
need a
anyone-
commissioner to say the motion as stated and a
Yes.
second.
Let's propose the motion, move for the motion as stated, and a second. No, I,
Already did.
okay. No, well, as chair, I'm supposed to be like allowing that to bubble up.
You
So
did first?
I did.
Okay.
Commissioner Police proposed your motion as you stated. Commissioner Senhauer seconded. Mr. Villalobos, would you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Police,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer, Chair Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0.
I would like to, at this point, adjourn the meeting with the understanding that the second item we would carry over to the next.
So Chair and Commissioners, we have to read the item into the record first?
Oh, okay. I will not
So
adjourn it yet.
I think that's a surprise. So we would have to read the item into the record and then take an action.
Okay.
Before we can, if that's the direction of the piece, of
That
the
is the
commission.
direction of, yeah.
And we would need.
It's
wait,
September.
Can we take a break? I need to have staff in here
Yeah.
to get everybody on the same page and read it in the record first. So
Okay.
let's take a break.
A 5-minute break. Welcome back. We are in session again. Mr. Wilson, do you need some more time? I'm happy to go back off if you'd like. See you all shortly. Let's take 5 minutes. Mr. Villalobos, would you read item number 12, 2, or Roman numeral 12, number 2 into the record, please?
Happy to do so, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the Montecito Planning Commission consider case numbers 24 ORD 2 and 3, as well as changes to the Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards.
With that, I would like to entertain a motion to continue this item to our September 18th meeting.
I so move.
And I second.
I think we can do this on a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, no opposed. It is continued. Thank you very much for showing up today, and I'm sorry to have made this, since it was a long drive, not worth your time. I apologize. We'll see you next month. With that, I'd like to end the meeting.